Hello everyone. Oh my gosh. Wow. Hey, hey Tibby. Hey Bernadette. Wow, okay. I was not expecting it that soon, but sure. Bernadette, you you know, for a bear, you're a pretty eager beaver. But thank you. I really appreciate this kind of enthusiasm. It's really flattering. And for that, Bernadette, yes, you are today's little PogChamp. Mm, there you go. Is it everything you hoped for and more? Let me get the music on. You're very excited to be able to catch my stream today. Thank you. This might have been the wrong song to start off a cosplay showcase on. Well, too late for it now. With 1,000 lies that I could disguise, hit 'em right between the eyes, hit 'em right between the eyes. When you walk away, everyone will say, see the lightning in their eyes, see them running for their lives. Oh, cool. My mouse cursor disappeared. A frickin' again. Seriously? I literally just started the stream. You couldn't have done this before? There we go. I don't even know why it does that, but it is so annoying. You moved so little that the lights turned off? Awesome. Stealth 100. Fantastic. Oh. By the way, how's everyone doing? I think I'm going to switch over to a slightly chiller Seahorse playlist for this. Will this be a little more chillaxed? There we go. That's more like it. Alright, so I promised y'all cosplay pictures. It's about time I actually deliver on that. This was 2 weeks ago at Anime Boston. I'm gonna go through all of these as best I can, and because I believe in cosplay positivity, I'm going to try to explain why I took the pictures, why I liked them. With all that said, though, let's get started. So, first off, I have to start with mine. This is the first time I've been able to show people the entirety of this cosplay, and you know what? Despite the fact that my wig is an absolute nightmare to have styled, and something I definitely want to redo, I'm still really proud of how this cosplay turned out. This is the third version with different variants that I had on it, and I'm just really pleased with it. I feel soft, I feel floofy, I feel like I am having a good time when I'm wearing it, and not dying of heat stroke. Joining me also is Lucy. I believe last name is like Hartfill. To be honest, I am kind of a huge fake fan when it comes to Fairy Tail, the series that these characters are from. However, I'm a sucker for cute, fluffy outfits, so Aries was an obvious pick. And Lucy is just a really nice character. She's one of those characters where, like, oh, the real power was her friendship all along, but they kind of Heartphilia. Thank you, Tibby. Like, they sort of stand by the whole her real power is her friend's idea, and they actually kind of work with that. Like, she's a summoner in the series, so pretty much all of her significant magic is her working with and relying on the spirit friends that she makes along the way. And it's just really nice. You don't really see that kind of, I guess, passive nature in heroic-type characters very often, or at least I haven't. So it's nice to see that she's still treated in a very positive sense. Anyway, carrying on from there. Oh, and in the series, the connection is that Lucy eventually becomes the summoner partner of Ares, because she's collecting all of the Zodiac spirit things. I don't remember. I didn't actually finish the series. I have no shame. Next up, we have Venusaur. I mean, I feel like this one kind of speaks for itself. Pokemon Jijinkas as a cosplay is really nothing super new, but it's always nice to see when they're taken in a direction that doesn't really, like, immediately make sense. It's not the obvious one. Like, when I think of Venusaur, looking at the actual artwork for the Pokemon, and how it's basically a big warty frog with prehistoric flowers growing off of it, I don't really think, yes, this is the kind of creature that would naturally translate into something like a ball gown. But this cosplayer really makes it work. I especially like using the flowers and the big plastic fern leaves to regularly break up the pattern on the ball gown itself. Very nice touch. I like the use of the floral crown. I especially like also how they turned the giant back flower into this really prettily modified folding paper parasol. I would have been happy if she had just had, like, or keep saying she, if the Venusaur cosplayer had just had, like, the flower off the back of their bustle, but they really went the extra mile and make it pop with something that pulls it directly off the pattern and pulls your eye to it. Overall, good. Also, I'm not really going to be mean to any of these cosplays because, first off, why? What would that do? What would be helpful about that at all, you know? And second off, I took the pictures because I liked them. I'm not gonna be mean to them. Also, I'm eating bell pepper fried rice right now, so you'll occasionally hear me munching and crunching. Oh. Okay, so, does anyone in here remember the video game Dark Stalkers? Anyone remember Dark Stalkers? Was that just me, or...? Oh, I think Chibi does. So, if you know me, you know that I am a big fan of monsters. And monsters as characters rather than just, like, enemies or things to blast away through. So, Darkstalkers, being a fighting game where all of the characters are based off of classical monster archetypes from around the world, naturally, that's gonna be the only fighting game I would ever have any real interest in playing. Never actually had the chance to play it, but maybe someday. Anyway, this is Hysinkyul from Darkstalkers. I'm gonna keep calling it Darkstalkers, and I don't know why. Darkstalkers. She's a Zhongxi, if you're familiar with it, the Chinese hopping vampires, which I love just conceptually, that I think they're the only vampire I've seen that acknowledges, yeah, you know what? Someone whose body goes through rigor mortis is pretty dang stiff. They're not going to be able to do anything but hop. I really like that conceptually. Also, this is actually, if you know the lore of the game, 2 characters in one. They are twin sisters, Haisenkyo. One of them was turned into the Zhongxi herself, and then her sister was turned into that paper talisman over her head that allows her to, like, control herself. But all of that lore aside, I just really liked this design. It's very colorful. It pops in that 90s video game aesthetic sort of way. I love whenever characters that are really otherwise sleek and streamlined have something like giant claws or paws or whatever you want. I like also that these were actually opposable. You can kind of see a little bit, let me make sure, actually, hold on. Smoke bomb! Let me make sure that you can see the cursor. Okay, yeah, you can. Okay, so one of the details... Oh, no, give me that window back, please. One of the details I really liked about this is you can kind of see here. Let me know in chat if you can see the cursor. I can't see if I can see the cursor in the capture, but you can kind of see that there's a mechanism that they set up with some hinges attached to it that allow them to pose the claws manually from their hand further down inside the robe, and I absolutely love that kind of detail. They didn't have to. I would have been perfectly impressed and satisfied with just giant claws, but they did. And you know what? That kind of quality shows. Ow. So the first day I was at the con, I was not on my meds that morning, so I was really tired. I was exhausted. I was very overheated. I wasn't having a great time early in the morning, despite my incredible power to always have pretty good times at conventions. So, when I went to lunch, especially after having to go through a taqueria, which if you've never been into one, there's an awful lot of things that produce an awful lot of heat and steam in taquerias, and when you're wearing the Ares costume like I was, not fun. So, when I finally got to sit down and actually start eating, I wasn't really expecting to be enjoying anything except just being able to eat. However, I got a bunch of completely random people showing up that happened to need a table. I offered the one that I was already at, and they just sat down and started talking, and it was just really nice because I don't know who they are. I haven't been... it's not like I traded contact info or anything. I just was able to sit there and passively enjoy the conversations that they were already having. And it's really nice when you can kind of just have drop-in, drop-out kind of friendships form at conventions. Don't know if I'll ever see them again. Probably won't remember. But it's still a really nice experience that I did. Ow. Alright, so now we have Ronnie, Elden Ring. You know who Ronnie is at this point. You perhaps know her from my playthrough of Elden Ring. Or you probably know her as just one of, like, the 3 characters that everyone who plays this game seems to want to fuck. But I really like the it's weird saying this, some simplicity of the character design. There's only a couple of actually weird elements in her character design, so it's mostly just an otherwise human body shape, and it really lets you focus in on making those and making them interesting looking. So for Ronnie, the main things that people are going to notice are probably going to be, well, the blue skin, obviously, but I'm kind of desensitized to that because I lived through going to cosplay gatherings when Homestuck was big, so people in body paint, it means nothing to me. However, ever since I cosplayed as Muffet from Undertale, I developed a real appreciation for anyone who has to do a cosplay with multiple limbs of any sort. The puppeteering, the stuffing, the molding of all of that that goes into making them and making them look good. It's not easy. And I really appreciate it when cosplayers like this pull it off pretty well. Ow. Alright, so Astolfo is cute. I mainly got this one for Obsidia because I realized, yeah, you know what? This seems like something I need to get a picture of for Obsidia. Nothing really to add to this one. I wasn't really expecting to see Astolfo in Saber form very much, or at all. I don't know why I usually just associate him more with, like, his default anime form, or the casual clothes, so it was nice seeing it. But again, this is mainly just to satiate the undying femboy thirst of Obsidian. Well, wow. My mouth is just turning into mush from all of this fried rice, I guess. To satiate the undying femboy thirst of Obsidia. Ow. It's Clara from Pokemon. I never even played the Pokemon Sword Shield expansions, much less the Pokemon Sword Shield endgame. But I always really liked this character, and yes, granted, in case you hadn't noticed with Ares, I do have a thing for character designs where it is fluffy clothing and soft hair. But I also really like how Clara is characterized. I can't really think of any other Pokemon character quite like her in the sense that she puts on this really cutesy front, but it's just that. It's entirely a front. She's underneath that an absolute bitch. A scheming, controlling, manipulative bitch. And you know what? I love her for that. I do not like her as a person, but I adore her as a character. Plus, again, it's a cute outfit. Come on, fried rice. I want eggy. Ow. Hornet from Hollow Knight. I'm still not entirely sure how people build up those kind of really oblong helmet head shapes. I'd be interested to learn. But I mainly got this one because, well, for one, arguably the best character from the game. And for two, the actual video game starring her is probably going to be at least a couple of years off still, so I might as well enjoy her in some form while I got the meantime. Oh. Okay, so I have no idea the specifics about this, this particular creature that she's based this costume off of. However, I believe it's some kind of creature in Monster Hunter World. If anyone's played that game, you might be able to give me some kind of, I don't know, clues as to what it is. But what really captured my attention here is just the sheer amount of detail. I got this on a cell phone camera and not a particularly good one, so it's pretty granulated, but you can see that, like, all of these bits of, like, the spikes, the scales, the spines, those all would have had to be handmade out of various forms of craft plastic. And it goes all the way down here. Like, the the paintwork on this cosplay, the sculpting of the plastic, absolutely phenomenal. But what really completely blew me away, and something that sadly I don't really have a way of showing in this picture, but this was based off of some kind of Monster Hunter World creature where it was in an icy biome, right? And what she did with this is she had created this tiny hidden setup inside the head of this where it created little puffs of, like, fog machine fog that came out of the nostrils of the dragon head on her, and it was the tightest looking shit I had ever seen in, like, practical effects. It was beautiful in action. I only wish that I could have gotten some kind of video footage of it. Oh. Alright. Hope I'm not boring anyone. I just had a fun time here and I wanted a chance to gush about it a little bit. Alright, so a lot of people have different favorite characters in Demon Slayer. And I'll be real, Pig Boy is not my favorite. However, I love how unapologetically wild and weird he is, even compared to the rest of the cast of weirdos. And I just really enjoyed how this cosplayer brought all the details out. I loved the sculpting and the fursuit craftwork on the boar head. I loved the different use of fabrics, the broken up katanas. It's just all good. And I also like... I'm good at pretending to be very scared of... Scared? What the heck was I saying there? Very scared? Very scared of other cosplayers, so it was fun. Oh, wrong click. Hmm. Skyred, like the Icelandic yogurt? Hmm? Oh, Skyred. Oh. I didn't know that was a thing. Huh. Okay. So who here remembers BNA, Brand New Animal? Because I do. And this absolutely gorgeous version of the wolf goddess pop idol Kitsune High School, or... God, that's a mouthful, but I mean, that is basically the entirety of her character. Really just blew me away. In case you hadn't realized, I'm very lightweight, so I'm very easy to have blown away. Ow. I still don't really even remember how specifically they had set up the harnesses on these wings to work here. I think that there was some fishing line involved here to manipulate the ends of them. And the LEDs, well, obviously they're very obviously LEDs. I still think don't really detract from the visual pop factor of it. Again, really good. You're going to hear this from me pretty much about everything. Really good. That's why I get pictures of them. Ow. Gonna have a little more fried rice before I continue. Oh. Okay. I have absolutely no idea who this character is. I don't know what they're from. It kind of read to me maybe something like, some kind of Warhammer fantasy thing? Do I happen to have any Warhammer heads in chat that could tell me if this is anything from any of those? Oh. Oh, wow. Oh, hey there, horny officer. Should I go by horny officer or officer horny? Happy Tarot Day. Well, happy Tarot Day to you, too. Sure. Also, hi! Officer. Officer it is. Hi there, officer. I don't think I've seen you around before, or at the very least, it's been a while since I've seen the name. Anyway, how's it going? Is the next winter season going to be cold or warm? Alright. You were a lurker smirker? Ah, I see, I see. Hey, Ninji! Alright, so, the next winter season, is it going to be warm or cold? Alright, let me jump over to someplace a little more cozy for this real quick. There we go. Just right now you're on classes and you're waiting for your classmates for the project ideas? Ugh. I hated working with groups in, like, high school and college projects. Unless you have, like, a good rapport with those people going into it, it is never fun. Okay, so... is the next winter season going to be cold? Excuse me, or warm? This sounds like a one-card sort of reading. So I'm going to start shuffling my deck here, officer. Feel free to tell me whenever you like when to stop. And then I'll draw the top card, and we'll see what the deck says and try to interpret that. Also, hey Ninji, how's it going? Stressed, jobless, oh. I'm sorry to hear that. I can't really help with... Oh, stop, okay. Alright, top card. Alright. Okay, we have... let me also just, like, quickly pause the music for a bit. It's not the best music for a reading tarot, too. Okay, so we have the Five of Swords. Specifically, it came out inverted. I don't know what this means for the reading yet, but let me open up my handy-dandy guidebook. Alright, no, that's four. There we go, Five of Swords. Five swords are fanned out across a beautiful, bright blue sky. Pearly white clouds are illuminated, and just beneath the gathered point of the five swords is a gorgeous iridescent dragonfly, a symbol for the element of air, the fairy realm, and illusion. Five fairies fly merrily around the sword, uncaring of the sharp edges and any possible danger. Nope. Eyes, are you okay there, Eyes? What was I? But what do you suppose is the most dangerous aspect of this card? The sharp edges of the sword or the possible trickery of the Fae? This card shows you that your pride was hurt, but it's not fatal. Don't overreact. You may feel embarrassment at the moment, but most of what you're so humiliated about is an illusion. The dragonfly represents a need to gain a new perspective and to make a change. The fairies encourage you to learn, sorry, I don't know why my eyes are acting up tonight. The fairy, you may feel embarrassed at the moment, but most of what you're so humiliated about is an illusion. Eyes, are you gonna keep doing this? I hope not. They're very blinky tonight, too. I don't think I'm blinking nearly that much. Might have to check in on that. Anyway. The dragonfly represents a need to gain a new perspective and to make a change. The fairies encourage you to learn to laugh at yourself a bit, to see through others' trickery, and to keep moving forward. So, when this appears, it's a signal that the asker is feeling humiliated and embarrassed. This is only a partial defeat, and they are still in control. Don't give up. Shift things around and look for more possibilities. Allow the element of air to bring some fresh air and a new perspective into your life. Heed the message of the dragonfly and see through the illusions of others. Transform your life into something bright and wonderful. Okay, so I'll be honest, I am not sure what this has to do with, is it going to be a warm or a cold winter? Um, hmm. Well, while I'm trying to figure this out, let me also try and figure out what is going what is going on with my eyes today. Be right back, Francisco. Time to break immersion. Seriously, come on. Alright, close this eye. Excuse me? Close this eye. Eh. This is weird. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, it seems to work now. Sorry about that, everyone. Um, well, it talks a little bit about illusion, so maybe that's referring to, like, it's going to seem to be one way, a way that you might expect, maybe one that you don't like as much, since it's also tied to embarrassment, but it's not actually going to be that way? That's a possible reading, I guess, maybe? I've never really done a weather report reading, so I'm not sure. Alright. I don't know if any of that actually helped, but, it was something I tried, at least. Alright, I'm glad that you enjoy it, at least. Put the deck away. Thank you, deck. Okay. Oh, alright. I'll see you around. Oh, thank you for the posture check, and I'll take care of the hydrate. Alright. So... Alright, so, like I was saying, I don't know what this character is, or what they're from, or pretty much anything about them. I really liked the, like, 17th, 18th century updo wig that they had going. I like how they turned a royal fanned-out collar into this wrought iron fence of skulls. Again, I have no idea what this is. I just know that it's a really cool way to work with it. Sort of reminds you of Simone from Nier Automata, but it's not exactly the same. Maybe? My best guess was something from one of those Warhammer goth fantasy things, you know? But I got no clue. I just really admired the craftwork, the crafty work, handiwork? The handiwork of the craftsmanship that goes into making something that looks both grungy and torn up and tattered in gothic, but also still, like, recognizably in a specific royal fashion and very elegant as well. Just, again, good craftsmanship. Gonna have more fried rice. Oh. Oh. So this is Tamamo no Mae. Specifically, the Berserker version of Tamamo no Mae, who is technically the same character, but also split off into a whole nother entity. And honestly, I think she's probably my favorite version of the character, because she's just this bubbly bimbo who wants to cook and serve food, and has all of the instincts of a feral wildcat. Plus, if you use her Noble Phantasm in Fate Grand Order, it stuns her for a couple of rounds, but when she's stunned, it looks like she's just curled up like a little kitty taking a nap, and I'm a big fan of that. Oh, someone remind me also that, whenever Obsidia gets here, I gotta show her the Astolfo. Oh. Yoko. Believe it or not, long before I hatched out of my egg, Yoko was one of my first cosplays. God, that was such a fucking undertaking. And if I were to ever remake it, I would change so much about how I did it. But, just seeing her really brought me back. I mean, this is over a decade old at this point. I want to say, like, next year it will probably be 15 years old. And yeah, I just really still enjoy her character design and all that. It's fun. It's nice to have nostalgia for something that was such a emotionally significant and happy part of my childhood. Have some more fried rice. Ow. Didn't actually see that many Hades cosplayers, but I did manage to find Hypnos. And Hypnos has such a cute design. I especially like all of the detail work that went into how this cosplayer quilted their cape blanket. Came out very well. Ow. Ow. So I saw a handful of Marines from Dress Up Darling, but this was the only Marine I saw that also had her love interest along for the ride. And you know what? Gojo deserves love too. Plus also, this outfit, as loud and garish as it is probably one of my favorite outfits that she doesn't technically wear in the show, since it's only in the opening credits sequence. But I just love how garish and eye-hurting it is. And again, it's a cute couple's cosplay. If you're a couple, consider cosplaying Dress Up Darling. Or don't. I'm not the boss of you, I guess. Oh, here we go. I also saw a couple of these characters, you know, they're Angus MacDonald's father. What's his name? He's the brother of Loop. I want to say Enchilada. I think his name is Enchilada Taco. But yeah, I liked what they did with the design. Well, I say design, it's from a podcast. There aren't any frickin' designs. Not even the graphic novel officially published by them are technically a canon design, and I think it's better that way. But anyway, here's Enchilada. Like that they remembered to include the gauntlet. like the neatness of the braid, the underside starry pattern really works nicely and complements the contrasting green. It's cute. It's cute, it's chic, it's wizard couture. It's an outfit that you can put on that will really say, Abraca fuck you. But in a fun and flirty way. Having more fried rice. Ow. 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 It's her. It's Millennia Elden Ring. It's the hot rot. Pretty straightforward. You can probably tell why I picked this one. It's a very simple, sleek design, but they clearly put a lot of work into crafting the craft foam helmet. All of those little individual feathers would have had to be hand cut and assembled, and that's the kind of craftsmanship that you've got to give props to alone. Tragically, I don't think I ever actually saw anyone cosplay as Let Me Solo Her at this convention. Maybe next time. Maybe. A little more fried rice. Oh. Look, I just wanted to get more pictures of myself. And I included this one because, hey, maybe there's someone who's just now coming into chat and didn't see the initial ones. That's possible. But this way I can show myself again, like, hello, I'm still here. Also, I promise I'll eventually have a secondary pose for this, but I gotta build out one of the props for it first. This is my partner Epitome on the right. He works for a non-profit group called Operation Hammond. It is a group of trained medical first responders that goes to conventions of various nerd cultures and provides the first response medical support and first aid. It's a really great organization. It's helped out a lot of people at conventions. And it's one that I'm going to be helping to raise some money for in a little bit. And then we also have the reason that he wanted to take this picture, Mina Ashido from My Hero Academia. Honestly, Mina's low-key one of my favorite characters in that show, I think. She doesn't really get enough love, but she's a very interesting character, especially within her relationship with Kirishima. I really enjoy their friends dynamic, their gay-for-gay friendship, and I'd love to see it explored more. But that would also mean I would have to start reading the manga again, and that's a pretty big ask. So I'm almost done with this fried rice. I swear. Ow. Ow. Also, chat, can you do me a favor? I'm not gonna be able to see the preview of my stream, so if my eyes continue to act up, could you all please tell me? It'd be very useful. It's a Gerudo. I don't think she's supposed to be any specific Gerudo, though judging from the color and overall composition... Oh, you have decided to be done working for the day? Congrats! I hope you enjoy the rest of your day now off. Yeah, I just like the look of the Gerudos. Who would have guessed that I, a Woolawoo, would enjoy looking at cosplayers of Gerudo? I can't possibly imagine why. I would enjoy looking at people dressed like Amazonian warrior women. I have no idea, I just think they're neat. Anyway, yeah, I just like all the little embellishments on this one, too. The sword must have been fun to make with all that curvature going into it. Let's move the bowl over here. Excuse me. Excuse me. Boy, Google Drive has been inconsistent with how long it takes to load pictures. Oh, yeah. We've got Nezuko here, and this was a really cool Nezuko cosplay because they had, as you can see here, the full getup. They had the full backpack cabinet thing that she rides around in on her brother's back most of the time. I love that they included this. I love that she's basically just riding around on a shipping trolley the entire time. I love the backlighting that they included. Little details like the contacts, the little freckles, the sharpened claws. It's all just really good. Killua from Hunter x Hunter. I just like Killua. I think he's a fun character. And I also really like when I can see cosplayers doing fun and interesting and cool things with, like, natural hairstyles. Killua's hair is basically just one step removed from this kind of style anyway, so it was really cool just to see someone doing it that way. Look, I like when people don't have to hide features of their body, but can actually, like, embellish and highlight them through cosplay. It's really empowering. Oh. Yep. It's Anya. It's just Anya. And she's got her car. She's got her gun with the silencer. I'm a sucker for cosplayers in tiny little cars. Oh, also, hey, Natty Pup, how's it going? Hello. I hope you're having a good one today. What is up? We're just going through the cosplay pictures that I took a couple weekends ago at Anime Boston. You're stealing my stove. Uh-oh. Be right back. And I'm back. Unfortunately, I was too late. Fortunately, there was another slightly smaller stove directly behind it, so now we'll just use that instead. How you doing, Natty? What's up? But yeah, there were a fair number of Spy X Family cosplayers. There were a couple of really pretty yours, though. The only two outfits I ever really saw were a couple that did the assassination gown, a couple that did the more casual red dress. And the Lloyd cosplayers were, I'll be honest, kind of a little lackluster, in the sense that most of them didn't really do the hair slash wig work very well, so it kind of just looked like, is this guy just a well-dressed, kind of slightly shaggy-haired dude? Oh, no, he's with Yor, so I guess he is Lloyd. But still, overall, like to see them. They're fun. You're okay? Oh, I'm glad you're okay. I didn't know I should be worried if you were not okay, but I'm glad you're okay. This one goes out to all of the moth men, women, and moth non-binaries out there. What can I say? I like really dumb jokes involving Mothmen. And when this kind of joke cosplay is delivered to you on a silver platter, you don't say no. You take a picture and you say, "Thank you very much, this has made my day." Okay, so, this next couple aren't actually cosplays, per se, but on Sunday, I went to a, professional Lolita fashion lines fashion show, and I got a couple of pictures of myself, my friends, and also people that we just, met at the show. This was one of them. I loved the gothic black and red ensemble that they had. I also really loved that they had the confidence to, rock, full facial hair as well on top of it, because I'd only seen them up till this point with the mask on, so seeing them also with the mask off is it adds a whole nother layer to it, and honestly, they styled their facial hair really well. So it's another layer of that gothic class, elegance, charm that gets added in. And the friend that they were with, similarly gothic attire. I like the whole witch aesthetic. You might have been able to guess I am kind of a fan of spooky witchy things. I liked the creepy grimoire print, the flounciness of the blouse. It was all good. I don't remember what this anime is called, but it's the one where there are chefs doing food battles. I think this is also where the sequence of someone eating and then having, a really orgasmic experience from the eating came from, I think? I don't actually know, I've never seen it. I just got pictures because it was neat. Oh, it's literally just Food Wars. Okay. Well, that's certainly a title that makes sense. Okay, so this was just the absolute cutest pair of cosplayers. They were there on Sunday with their parents, and look, I just really like seeing tiny people, well, specifically kids that are tiny people. I love seeing kids do, some of their early cosplays, and they put so much work into this too, and it came out so cutely. Look, I got on the HRT, I got on the estrogen. I am not immune to small, cute people. That's what happens when you go on HRT. I think this is something from Genshin. Honestly, they just caught my eye with the fancy flowing magic fan thingies. That's why I took the picture. I am like a small animal, my attention is attracted to movement. I'm pretty sure this is Genshin, though. Bowsette, because, you know what? Bowser is a trans icon, and deserves to be treated and remembered as such. And Bowsette was a really fantastic grassroots mascot and like icon for a lot of trans women a couple of years back. I include myself amongst them, and it was just really nice to see that, hey, people still remember this character. It was really nice. Alright, and then this is the last of the cosplay pictures. I looked around a while for any kind of Zombieland Saga cosplay. This cosplay was the only one I found. Tragically, just Lily. But it's also Lily, so that's pretty fucking fantastic if you ask me. And oh, I think there were a couple that actually got missed from this. Let me see if I can grab them real quick. Hold on, let me briefly hide this window for a second. Boop. Because there's one more pic that I really wanted to share. I want to see if I can find it again. Alright, well, let me upload it real quick. Because you know what? When I went to the Lolita fashion show, I also was dressed appropriately and in a real cute frickin' outfit. So I want to frickin' show y'all. Okay. There we go. Okay, last two picks. First, I had to get a selfie because Lily Hoshino is one of my favorite characters from Zombieland Saga, which is one of my favorite animes. So obviously I have to get a picture. Also, let me show you the full outfit I was wearing on Sunday because I think this is cute as hell. I'd love to have something more directly coordinated, but starting from the bottom, we got my standard Lolita shoes. I really want to get another darker colored pair, but standard bow-topped Mary Janes, cat stockings, off-the-shoulder version of my mushroom dress, little pom-pom hair clips and the pigtails, little moon, and although it's not visible here, on top of this beret is a bunch of bats and moons. So other than the cat was going for kind of like a slightly witchy aesthetic, and I think it turned out really fucking cute. And now I'm going to shove it in everyone's face because I seek validation. Also, just in case that Obsidia is here now, real quick, here you go. Here you go. Here, Obsidia. I brought some fresh femboy for you. Here you go. Here you go. Come on. Law of large numbers, you're here somewhere, Obsidia. Oh, this is so freaking stupid. But yes, if you are here, Obsidia, here is my offering. Anyway, I think that is everything. I might end up doing a speedier run-through of this later on if we end up getting, like, a bunch of people, or even just more people in general. But for now, I think this is probably a good place to switch over. So, let me go over here for a sec while I am setting this up, though. Hey, Thomas! How's it going? I hope you're having a good one today. I'm glad to hear you're good. Okay. So now that I got that taken care of for now, at least, let's open up a couple of things. Excuse me. You know, I'd really be interested in trying out making, like, some kind of home brewery version for some of the homebrew stuff that I make, but I really have no idea how how to use any of the formatting. It kind of scares me a little bit. I'm glad to hear you're good, though. Alright, so I think I'm all set to switch back over. Let me set the new category. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna be trying to make some homebrew today. I've been feeling in the mood, at least a little bit, and I'm feeling okay about it. Okay, and I'm also gonna need a second smaller window. Because I am actually gonna be trying... Oh, nope, that's not the right one. Hello? Hello? No, not that one. There we go. Ah! Thank you for the hot pot! How's it going, Umbra? I hope you're having a good one today. A big ol' howdy to you too. Alright, so... This over here... Oh. This... over here is going to be sort of an idea panel for things... I sort of set out some feelers earlier today about what do you think would be interesting for me to kind of, like, try out. And the one that I'm going to focus on is Magical Girl, but there's a lot of different classes, honestly, that you could build a Magical Girl in. You could build a Magical Girl in Monk and treat her as sort of like a connected to the spirit kind of Magic Girl. You could do it in Bard, really lean into the whole inspiring and supporting all of your friends with the power of friendship and love. You could do Paladin. Paladin, honestly, is probably the most magical girl supportive class I can think of, because it's kind of just baked into it that you're all about following oaths and protecting and stuff like that, which is why I'm deciding instead to make this as a Barbarian class. So, is there a way to make this embiggened, but also ensmallened? So this is going to be my main focus. Magical Girl Barbarian. After that, though, that wasn't the only idea that I got suggestions for. Also, shout out to Umbra for giving me the initial inspiration for it. They commented, and I quote, "I can't remember if I mentioned it here before, but I kinda had the idea of what if Barbarian Rage was flavored as Magical Girl Transformation? If that's anything, lol." Well, turns out, Umbra, it is something, and it's something that we're gonna be building today. Let's see, on top of that, there's also a suggestion I had for some sort of puppeteer. I don't really know what class this would work best at. I'm considering bards. I'm considering a wizard. I'm considering artificer. Artificer, I feel like it might step a little too close to being like, okay, why not just do a battlesmith so you can have kind of something similar? So maybe not that, but I'm not sure. I'm not for sure certain what I want to use for that yet. I think I might try to give another shot at a shape-shifting ranger subclass. I think I might give another shot at that. So I guess this is sort of like a priority listing too. Like, what am I most interested in giving a shot? Also, hey Little, how's it going? How's it going? How you doing? And if anyone else has other suggestions, I am happy to hear them. Oh, also, if anyone wants to see pictures from the cosplay again, I might do a little more of that later on, since I already kind of did a lot of that early on. If I get, like, a raid or anything like that, I'll probably definitely go back to it. But for now, this is what we're sort of focusing on, okay? No, come on, can I... There we go. So, why Barbarian for Magical Girl? I'm gonna talk about that a little bit, but let's actually go to the Barbarian page in 5e tools, which I've been introduced to, and it's a really quite useful resource for D&D 5e, assuming it will load. Come on, I believe in you. You can do this. But yeah, how you doing? Okay, so here's the reasoning I've got so far for Barbarian. Rage is actually something that could very easily be reflavored into Magical Girl Transformation. You're becoming an empowered version of yourself. You have weapons that, even if they don't look like they'd be particularly effective, they become more so. You're less resistant to mundane damage. You also have unarmored defense, which is kind of important for most magical girls. Certainly there are subversions. Some magical girls wear actual armor, but for by and large, kind of just wearing really cute clothes. So we're definitely going to want to work with that too. So our goal is to take this to focus on the sort of empowering yourself by entering this heightened, passionate stage and shifting it a little to the right into magical girl territory. Okay. So I'm using D&D Beyond for now, at least. It's basically gonna be good enough, I think. I would like to try switching over to a home brewery to host, well, homebrew, but I don't really understand how to format those right now, and it kind of scares me, if I'm honest. So first we want to have a name. I think these are all, like, path of something, so how about something like Path of the... Path of the Noble Soul. That sounds accurate, right? Like, that's most magical girl things, but it also is kind of just general, vague enough to sound like it could work. Descriptions. I don't really have anything in particular that I want to include for those. Look, I'll be real here, Chief. I just wanted to try making a functional and fun magical girl flavored subclass for Barbarian. I forget if you can go back to edit homebrew subclasses you've already created. I think you can? Let me just make sure. Oh! Oh no, you can't. Okay. Well, I'll just have to keep that in mind then. And make a second one very quickly after the first. I did look at that, Umbra. That's what I was talking about a little before that. However, my main thing is I don't really understand how it works, and I'm kind of scared of it, because I'm not very good at formatting things. If I had, like, some kind of more experienced person to hold my hand, well, for one, I just like holding hands, but also I think that would probably help a bit. There's like some preset things you could show you some other time. Only reason you can't is you've actually got to run a game in 30. Oh, that's okay, Umbra. I appreciate it. What's on the docket tonight, by the way, if you feel okay sharing a little bit? I promise I won't tell, mostly because I don't even know the players in your game, so how could I possibly tell them? Out of the Abyss Session 2? Ah, nice. Have a fun one going to the underworld and fighting things from the underworld. That seems like an interesting concept to work with. That's you, Underworld Umbra. What is underneath the bed if not the underworld of the bed? Hmm? Those who follow path of the noble soul find their rage. Fueled by the injustices, and violence inflicted on those around them. I am not totally sure. I think the idea was something that could... either something that could be, like, a subclass where you're creating sort of a build-your-own battler kind of puppet, like, you could maybe do modular parts to make it something interesting or unique, or it would be something like a more summon-specific class. Like, I know that College of Creation bards have something kind of like that with Animated Object, and it would function a little similar to that, but I like the idea of a subclass that focuses on those kind of summonable partners and really leans into the kind of customization that you could do with that. I don't know what main class to give it, though. Maybe Rogue? Maybe Rogue. That might be something, actually. I was thinking Artificer too, but the problem is that how do I make it Artificer without making it either just a question of why wouldn't you just do Battlesmith instead for a Steel Defender, or making it a question of why would you ever do Battlesmith for Steel Defender when this would be much stronger? And that's gonna be something kind of difficult to balance around, I feel. Also, hey, baby! Totoro has deigned to grace me with his presence in the streaming room. But it's not out of the question. Artificer, or Bard, or... I guess Wizard, maybe? That's kind of a stretch, but... I feel like Rogue might actually fit possibly the best. Maybe something about giving your sneak attack to your creation instead? That could be kind of cool. Also, by the way, chat, please do tell me if my eyes get weird and wonky with all of the silly random blinking stuff that goes on with them. Oh, sounds like we need to switch over to a new music track. Maybe it'll be like, you know how some subclasses are kind of like multiclassing without multiclassing? Maybe it will be like a druid version of Artificer, and you tap into the natural, into like natural science or magic. Maybe. Although Druid also has a fair number of, like, summon support buddy subclasses already. Like, the Circle of Wildfire is actually a really good summon-based class, if, from what I recall. Wait, hold on, hold on. Before I do this one, there we go. This is how that one started off? Huh, I guess so. Well, excuse me, you gonna keep going? There we go. That is a thought, though, Umbra. And I don't think I have a druid subclass yet. I mean, with Puppeteer, you can kind of see a creation bard. Like, they could make a puppet and use the song on creation to bring it to life. That's true. My main issue with the College of Creation feature, to be fair, as someone who played for, like, a good... I want to say... a good mid to high level campaign I played as a College of Creation bard. And it was fun. I liked being able to work with a controllable teammate on top of everyone else. But at the same time, it was also kind of limited because no matter what object you bring to life, other than the size, there's not really any other interesting, unique features that it gets based off of what it is you're bringing to life. I mean, I guess if you really wanted to, you could kind of, like, build a bard for that subclass based entirely around, like, support or buffing features to try and make your animated object, like, absolutely incredible. But, it's not really what I'm going for, I think. It would be interesting, and Bard is still one of the classes I'm considering for that subclass. Okay, this will probably do for my first draft thingy. Boo-boo-doo, boo-boo, boo-boo, boo-boo. So, for this first subclass here, I want to put the focus on a couple of elements of it that I feel Barbarians as a whole can take advantage of, but also that are specific subclass, like specific roles that I feel I want this subclass to be able to really work well with. So... I want this to be a subclass suited to someone who's a team defender. Like, a Barbarian can already kind of play this role since they have a tremendous ability to tank, but I want this to be more of a focus with abilities that can mitigate damage going into others or to, like, pull aggro onto themselves instead, things like that. Maybe some kind of feature that will also actively boost them up if they are around other people that are other like targets that are getting attacked, like friendly targets the enemy is attacking. So magical damage is one of the big weaknesses of a lot of barbarian subclasses, in the sense that they don't really get it, and later on in mid to high level games it can become a huge issue because a lot of things will be resistant if outright immune to mundane forms of damage types. And while sure, you could have the contrivance of, yeah, let's just get the barbarian a bunch of magical weapons and shit. I want to be able to have the subclass itself be something that will be able to help with that more. Oh. That's... how am I gonna do this? I guess that'll do. Oh boy, this is ending up being messier than I was hoping for. Okay, I'll just try and keep it with those short bullet points then, so it looks nicer. Now let's see, beyond that... maybe something in the way of... maybe something in the way of, like, a payback or revenge mechanic that they could do. That could be kind of cool. Payback as a mechanic doesn't really exist for most of D&D 5e. The exception that I can think of is stuff like, oh, what's that? Absorb elements. Like that spell where you reduce damage of a certain element, and then you can add a little of that element to, to your next attack. Or, like the spells Hellish Rebuke or Armor of Agathis, where it's actively punishing someone for attacking you. But I'd like to see something less magical, more mechanical, maybe. And yeah, I think those are the main things I want to focus on with this build, so... Also, if anyone has ideas for anything as we're going through this, please feel free to speak up. I am more than happy to accept input and ideas from other people's suggestions. After all, the whole idea of the magical girl barbarian is something that I was suggested to by Umbra, so yeah. Okay, so let's take a look at the subclasses that exist already for Barbarian and try and take a look at what kind of things are around, what we can work with. I think Ancestral Guardian is one of the better ones for trying to be a team tank, so let's take a look at some of its abilities. Okay, so at 3rd level, you get the ability to make someone that you attack have disadvantage on any attack rolls not against you. And when they hit a creature other than you with an attack, the target has resistance to damage dealt. Okay. What else we got here? You're raging, and another creature you can see within 30 feet of you takes damage. You can use your reaction to reduce that damage by 2d6. Okay. This is actually a pretty good, party tank subclass already from what I'm seeing. I might need to shift that around a little bit then. Okay, 10th level can cast Augury or Clairvoyance. Huh. Okay, that's kind of weird, but it fits with the overall flavor and theme of the class, or subclass, so that still makes sense. Let's see, and then finally at 14, when you use your Spirit Shield to reduce the damage of an attack, the attacker takes an amount of force damage equal to the damage that it... Okay, so yeah, here we go. This is actually literally already some revenge mechanics built in. That's pretty good. I think this might actually just be the subclass, for Barbarians at least, for if you're gonna be a party tank. Let's see, though, if we can try and work on doing alternatives to it, though. I want something comparably powerful to Ancestral Guardian in terms of support defense options, but I want it to be different, too, which is probably going to be hard, but we'll try and figure something out. Oh, you'll be on Lurk, have a good... You'll be on Lurk, have a good stream. Thank you! Thanks for the idea again, Umbra, and I'll see you around. I hope you have a great time with the D&D. See him running for their lives. Aw, I heart you too. Alright, so... start with the 3rd level stuff. What are these again? I like the idea of maybe having this particular subclass, because I can't think of anything in particular for this. I'll put it here because the payback revenge mechanic turns out actually really well covered in Ancestral Guardian. So that's pretty cool. Instead, I think for this I'll put... I'm curious to see if we could make a barbarian that focuses on charisma. Obviously, that's not going to be great for a barbarian stat-wise, because they're already a mad class in terms of focus on strength, constitution, and dexterity. But, on the other hand, what if they didn't have to. So, let's see, I think first... Third level is when you want to do kind of the foundation of what features you'll need for subclass to work, right? So the two ideas I'm considering are, well, I think the initial idea actually is probably too powerful, which was going to be, in addition to the normal unarmored combat, unarmored defense things, you can add charisma as well. But, that would be probably pretty insane, since, well, as is, Barbarian unarmed defense is 10 plus Dex mod plus Con mod, which, assuming that, hypothetically, you are able to max out both of those, that would be a 20. You can use a shield too, so it would effectively be like a 22. Obviously, that also gets different at Primal Champion, where you get a +4 to Constitution, making it a 26 total. But this would make it, if I did that way, it would be able to make it into 31 AC, which is probably a little too much. So probably not that, but I think what might work is... while you're benefiting from the effects of unarmored defense, you can add let's go with something like, you can add your charisma modifier up to a maximum of +3. That way it's not quite as busted. Maybe? Maybe. To the danger zone, right into the danger zone. So let's see, that would be a total of 25 before hitting max level Barbarian for the extra +4. That feels a lot more reasonable, to me at least. If anyone in chat, again, has any input, more than appreciated. I have very little experience actually making these, so it always helps. Another thing I wanted to check, though, was fighter fighting styles for something real quick. Okay. I'm thinking of maybe giving them a free fighting style of either interception or protection. Let's see. Oh, nope. Oh. Hmm. Alright, another thing is... Rage... Cannot be ended early due to...
Thank you for hosting.
Hey! Hey, Zip, how's it going? Let me give you a shout. Let me give you a shout out. Thank you. Oh, that's a fantastic name. Amaryllis Belladonna for joining the Warren. I hope you enjoy it here. I'll give you a shout out. How did the rest of the stream go? The big show. Hello. Hi. Oh, click or there we go.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
I'm dad, but I'm not cowboy.
Not with that attitude, you're not a cowboy. Lots of shenanigans, some story progress, got big sword and funny gun. Oh my gosh, do you remember when I first came into chat, that cutscene that we were watching? Oh my gosh, that was just... That was unbelievably dramatic and intense. I'm so glad I didn't miss that. Hello? Oh, you're a fellow bun too? Aw, it's really cute. Thank you. So welcome Raiders. My name's Beatrix Bunny. I'm a taxidermy jackalope brought to life by the power of love and slightly mad science. I'm a variety streamer, though I tend to focus mostly on roguelikes and digital artwork. Joining me is my co-host and channel mascot, the ever-lovable, ever-quiet, and ever-romantic, somehow, Francisco. Try not to let your heart get broken by this guy. He has a bad history of doing that with people. And, well, I was working for a little bit here on trying to come up with the ideas for a magical girl barbarian subclass, but first, I think, since y'all just got here, would any of you like to see the pictures I took at Anime Boston of a bunch of really cool cosplayers, and also myself? Alright. I love the enthusiasm. Okay, so, let's start from the top again. I'll go through a little quicker than before. I won't do as in-depth a review, since some folks have seen these already, but first off, if anyone is a fan of Fairy Tail, you will probably recognize my cosplay, unless you're a fake fan of Fairy Tail like me, who never actually bothered to finish reading the series. Also, there we go. So I was cosplaying as Ares the whole convention. Well, most of the convention, at least. I like her character. From what I read and saw of the series, I am a huge sucker for characters that have really fluffy, cute aesthetics. So Ares is just... yeah. I saw this outfit and I was like, yes, this is going to be my cosplay. And yes, this is Lucy Hartfilia. I didn't really see that many fairy tale cosplayers, period. So when she asked for my cosplayer, I asked for a photo together, and there we got that. I'm a big fan of Jijinka cosplays that take it an unexpected route, and I really liked this ball gown style look with Venusaur, especially how the cosplayer turned the giant back prehistoric flower into this cool modified paper parasol. A really nice creative way of making that element of the design pop and drawing attention back to it. Hey Shinny, welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good day. Okay, so who in chat remembers Darkstalkers? Because it is probably the only fighting game that I have ever actually considered trying to learn. I haven't, because I've never actually played the game, but I would've, if I could've. I just really like all the monster designs in it. It's really fun. And Hysenkyo is a character I was not expecting to see at all, even out of Darkstalkers cosplay. I love characters with giant claw hands, and you can kind of make out the details here. You can see that there is actually mechanisms. You can see like the wires connecting the claws and the hinges. So these were fully posable, and I absolutely love when people do that with any kind of gauntlet or claw or armor. It's such a cool feature. Let's see. You went to a different anime convention over Memorial Day weekend, but you love seeing everyone's cosplay? Nice. Your day's been a lot of anxiety and dealing with injury. I'm sorry to hear that, but I hope that I can make it a little better for you at least. You'll head off for the day, so have a good night. Have a fun stream. Alright, it was nice meeting you, Bloody Owl, and take care. I'll see you around, maybe. Okay. So yeah, I like this cosplay. Hysenkyo is a very cute pair of sisters. This isn't really a specific picture, but I was having a really rough time Friday. Let me make this clear. I never have a bad time at an anime convention because I simply have too many endorphins and serotonins to really feel that bad, even if people around me are having bad times. But I was definitely feeling it. I just got out of the taqueria behind us here with a whole bunch of steam and heat from grills and carne asada rotating meat spikes. So I was really suffering. I was really dehydrated and not having the best physical time. But I had a bunch of people who just randomly sat down with me over lunch, and we got to... Well, I more listened in than anything, but it was really nice. I felt included. I don't know who they are other than Fire Emblem characters, but hey. Shout out to them, whoever they are. Speaking of, thank you for the hydrate. It's her. It's Ronnie Elden Ring from the hit game Elden Ring and Ronnie's Big Adventure. I have a big respect. After making a cosplay of Muffet from Undertale, I have a big respect for anyone who works in extra limbs onto their cosplay. It is not easy. It is not easy to have look even remotely nice looking. But I was really pleased with how... Well, I say pleased like I had anything to do with this. I was really delighted to see how they had put theirs together. The Ares cosplay was cute. What? That one? Oh, that was just me, but thank you. Not Ramen Girl from the Guai Onion Rings Onga. That's her. That's her, Ronnie Elden Ring. this one was kind of specifically taken for Obsidia. Wherever she is, blowing one out for her, pouring one out for her. This one's for the real ones. But also, I mean, I wasn't expecting to see a Stolfo cosplay, period, and I wasn't expecting to see the lesser-seen Saber version of a Stolfer on top... A Stolfer? A Stolfer? You know, one of them, the Stolfers? I wasn't expecting to see Saber Astolfo on top of that. You'll call her better, you'll show her... Okay, sure. This is my offering to Obsidia. Oh, clipping it. Okay. Hi, Obsidia. I come bearing femboy. Here. I hope you enjoy. Okay, I already stated my stance on characters that have soft aesthetics and, like, fluffy clothing, so none of you should be surprised that I enjoy Clara from Pokemon Sword Shield. However, I also really enjoy her entire personality as well. She's one of those few characters I've seen in all of Pokemon that are just completely unabashedly a bitch. And I love that. I love when characters in really sweet, child-friendly games can just be absolutely horrid people. And not in, like, problematic ways. She's evil in the, like, not specifically targeted, she just hates people who get in the way of her climb to stardom. And I love that for her. Good for her. Also, I would not say no to having that coat, because again, fuzzy things make my autistic brain go burr. Doing a little dance while I wait. It's Hornet! I really appreciate cosplayers who have to make big, tall, hard-to-balance fake heads. It's a nice look, and I especially liked this one because, I mean, it's a character, arguably the best character from the entire Hollow Knight game, and I figure we're not going to see the video game that stars Hornet for at least another decade, so I might as well enjoy cosplayers of her while they're around. Okay, so this was a really incredible cosplay I saw. I know that she's based this outfit off of a monster from, I think, Monster Hunter World? I do not know what it is, though. So if any Monster Hunter World players are in here, Velcana, maybe? But this was one of those cosplays where the closer I got, the more I looked at it, the more impressed I was, because, I mean, look, you've got this hand-encrusted tail that she's worked all of the embedded snow and ice patterns into, those same snow and ice patterns that you see all over her plate and armor. She would have had to do, like, hand-molded plastic forming and sculpting to get all of these parts, and the jagged ice on top of that. All of it is such a wonderful show of sculpting and craftsmanship, but what absolutely blew me away, and what drew my eye and made me say I have to get a picture of this, is something that tragically I couldn't capture in a still picture. So what she had done is underneath the beak part of her helmet, there is a small little battery-powered machine she had set up that created basically a little fog machine, and she had wired it so the fog machine was venting the fog out of the helmet's nose, so it was like breathing this icy fog out of it, and it was the tightest fucking shit I had seen. I absolutely loved that. Assuming you get all your chores done today, you'll stream it tomorrow? Stream... Oh, Hollow Knight tomorrow. Nice! Nice. I'll have to check that out then. Yeah. So, yeah, just... absolute blue... Oh, sorry. Absolutely blew me away with the craftsmanship on this one. I think I actually have her business card, too. another picture of myself. I'll be honest, Pig Boy is not my favorite character from Demon Slayer, but I love his design because it's just basically a naked man who wears a furry hat, a furry head, rather, and is very angry all the time, and I respect that. I respect Inosuke so much. I don't know why he wears the decapitated head of the pig woman who raised him, but you know what? If that's how you remember your family, that's something that you and Cubone can have in common, and I think that's beautiful. That reminds me, has anyone ever drawn, like, a picture of Inosuke and Cubone together, bonding over wearing the heads of their dead mothers? Because that would be kind of cute, if probably sad. Oh, so who remembers Brand New Animal, BNA? Because I do, and seeing the idol winged fox goddess version of one of the main characters was... I had to get a picture. It blew me away. I'm made of very lightweight materials, chat, so you'll know that sometimes it's very easy to blow me away, but I am I am Steve Blum away anyway. Oh hey, Obsidia! You've been lurking, but you were summoned to give thanks for your humble offering of Femboy. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Also, now that you're here, fucking get dunked on with affection, you huge nerd. Haha, I tricked you into showing your face so I could shout you out.
What's the word coming to? First the word, now dragons. Trouble loves company, they say.
Alright. Yeah, I'm a simple woman. I see cosplays that have electric parts in it. I impress. I take picture. My D&D session is delayed a bit, so you could stop by and give that bunny love. Oh, thank you. Okay, so, I don't know what this next one is. I think it might be something Warhammer fantasy-based. If anyone knows, feel free to tell me. Once it loads... There we go. Gotta go lurk and eat for now, though, BB. Thanks for the cosplay pics. Hey, no problem, Sif. Thank you so much for the raid. I'll do my best to keep everyone entertained. Yeah, I got no idea what this is. I love the gothic 18th century European ball gown vibes, though, so I got a picture. It's Tamamo no Mae, but the fun version of her might be a Von Karstein vampire? What's that? Is that from Warhammer? Or is that... I don't know. I mean, you're not wrong, Thomas. I got Tamamo no Mae in... I think the best version of herself. The cat girl... the feral cat girl fox maid waifu. It's very complicated. She's a fox that turned herself into a cat, that turned herself into a cat girl, that turned herself into a chef and a waitress? I honestly still don't totally know, but she's fun. She's got a cute design. Yoko, childhood favorite, well, teenagehood favorite, I guess. And one of my first cosplays. I don't think I could do that cosplay again without seriously dedicating my workout routine to feeling good about it, and also to completely revamp 90% of it. But it was still really nice to see. Hypno! Hades is a really good game. You should play it if you have not played it yet. Hypno is a very good boy. I liked that they sewed their entire quilt cape getup. It's a good look. Dress up, darling. We got Marine and Gojo. I saw a fair number of Marines. This is the only Gojo I saw, though. And I feel like you lose something if you only do the Marine part of the Dress Up Darling main characters. You know, you need to have that mundane, down-to-earth counterpoint to really draw it out. Also, I love how loud and out there and eye-hurtingly bright this particular costume design is. You told Obsidia she could say hi to you, and she showed you the message, sifted all the Stolfos for obs. Now you know, if someone says a Stolfo, Obsidia's not too far from them. To be honest, I had actually seen Obsidia earlier in just, like, the viewer log, but I didn't want to say anything because it's like, that's weird. That's uncomfortable when a streamer calls someone out who's lurking to try and start something. Got a picture of the Gothic Marine in Gojo? Nice! I think I saw a version of Marine dressing as the slippery, the Saint Slippery girl's school uniform girl. Here we have Angus MacDonald's dad, aka Loop's brother, aka, I don't know, I think his name's like Enchilada or something. Enchilada Taco, I think. He's a fun character. I like the contrasts and costume colors. Here we have the second of the waifus that everyone seems to be after for Elden Ring. I mean, look, I appreciate the craftsmanship that goes into making, like, every individual feather that went onto this helmet. It's a good look. Sadly, tragically even, I didn't see a single cosplayer of Let Me Solo Her. I was really hoping that I would see, like, a couple's cosplay of someone doing Let Me Solo Her and someone doing Millennia, but tragically no. It's another one of me, because if I'm going to make y'all look at me, I might as well make y'all look at me several times. This is my partner, Epitome. He works at conventions like this with a group called Operation Hammond. It is essentially a non-profit group made up of trained medical first responders that provides first aid and immediate medical care for people at nerd conventions. It's a pretty great group that's helped a lot of people in the time that I've been hanging out with them, and I'm going to be doing a fundraiser for them later this summer. And this is Mina Ashido, honestly one of the more underrated and more fun characters from My Hero Academia. I'd love to see the author do something interesting and fun with her, but that would also mean I would have to start reading My Hero Academia again, and that might be asking too much. Could prank them by saying you have power that far surpasses the dark side of the Force. Your father was part of them at some point. The Montreal version of them? I don't think they have a Montreal branch, but it's good to know that there are other organizations doing similar stuff. I don't think this is a specific character, though I do think this is the Breath of the Wild version of the Gerudo ensemble, but I just think it's pretty. Okay, look, I'll be honest with you. I'm a very gay little sapphic, and when I see muscular Amazonian warrior woman, that's really all I need to see, actually. It's very simple. I see. I say thank you. They don't, but Montreal have their own version, which is an exact copy of it, but French? Huh? Huh. Maybe Urbosa specifically from Breath of the Wild? See, I could see that, but, like, they didn't really do anything as far as the wig styling, and I feel like a big part of Urbosa's design is just the absolutely ridiculous glam rock ponytail thing that she's got going. Which, granted, I mean, that would be probably pretty restrictive for a lot of cosplayers, so it could still very well be. Either way, I see pretty Amazonian warrior woman, I take picture and say thank you. Another Nezuko. I think, oh wait, no, this is the first Nezuko I've shown a picture of. I really liked their setup though, because not only did she have the whole carrying case safety box that her brother carries her around in for most of the show, they, as like their cosplay group, had went the extra mile to make it like have its own mood lighting and shit inside, and they were riding around on like this cargo trolley the whole time. It was great. It was just a real delight, because they were trying to like steer and direct them around while they were going through the artist alley. Actually, funny story. Someone once asked you if you were cosplaying a character from Kakegurui. Really? What was the character? I'm not sure I would know if you told me, but I might as well ask. That seems light, I guess? Well, you know it. It's Kahlua from Hunter x Hunter. It's a very simple kind of cosplay, but I really appreciate anyone who takes the time to work in their own features into the cosplay, rather than try to, like, adapt their features to the cosplay, because I really like when people highlight the features that make them unique and different from their characters rather than try and hide them, or when they pick cosplays that specifically let them highlight that part of their appearance. It's nice. More cosplayers should be able to feel comfortable and feel like they're cool looking, wearing hair naturally, or actually a lot of things, but natural hair is the first one I think of. Anyway, it was supposed to be a gender-bend version of Darjeeling from Girls in Panzer. I don't think I remember Darjeeling. It shows a cosplayer who cosplays as a character that cosplays as another character. I saw a fair number of Spy X Family cosplayers at the con. Not as many were Anya, and this was the only Anya that had this fun little car prop. And I'm sure if Sif were still with us, pour one out for a real king wherever he may be, he would agree that cosplayers in tiny little cars are just entertaining. I am not immune to attractive butler and maid moth people. And when someone serves this good of a joke on a silver platter to you, you say thank you and you take that joke. Waiting for it. Okay, so, on Sunday, I went with quote-unquote normal clothes rather than cosplay because I didn't want to cosplay all 3 days. And instead, because there was a Lolita fashion show that day, I dressed in one of my Lolita outfits. So we've got the white bow Mary Janes, we got the cat not thigh-high stockings. We've got this really pretty mushroom pattern dress. I've got little moon hair clip, fuzzy hair clips for those, and you can't see it, but on the top of the beret there's a pattern of stars and moons and bats. And you know what? I was fucking feeling it. And I still think this was a really cute one. Thank you, Amaryllis. I agree. I still don't have a lot of good stuff to make coords that actually work, but I feel like this was not that far off. And I felt cute, so yeah. I met a couple of other people also at the fashion show. So I loved this outfit before I saw them without the mask, and honestly, I kind of loved the look without the mask even more, because on its own, this classical black and red gothic, slightly punk Lolita look, really good. But on top of that, to have not just not bothering to hide the facial hair, but to actively, like, groom it and style it in a way that leans into that cool goth aesthetic, props there. That's the kind of gender-fluid presentation that we like to see in this household. Basically, the guy cosplayed as a Greek emperor that disguised himself as a modern US tourist. Huh. That is pretty roundabout. Got a picture with 2 other girls in Panzer cosplayers, and the boy who was with them asked you if you were cosplaying as a student from the British school. Ah, I see. Maybe one of these days you can afford to go to one of these. Zio, have you ever considered being a volunteer? And if you're someone who can volunteer and who is able to potentially, say, learn first aid and medical responding skills, I have an organization that you could also volunteer with that would get you into conventions as well. But this was the other person that I met at that table. I like witchy aesthetics. So sue me. Please don't actually sue me. Although I guess that would at least give me some clout. I don't know. As someone who has volunteered at Anime Boston, you could recommend it. When you're able to use leave, you'll get back to you. You do have basic first aid trainings, though, something you did in college. Nice! I've been informed that I remember this is some anime where they're having wars involving making food. I've been told that it's called Food Wars? I don't know. I just like looking at food. It's not that complicated. I just like looking at food. Wasn't that also the anime that gave us a gif of someone who was really, like, hornily eating something? On a totally different note, though, these were the 2 smallest cosplayers I saw at the whole convention, and they are so freaking cute. I love seeing kids that are getting into the cosplay habit. And clearly, they did some really solid work here. They were there with their parents, and I mean, look, it's just really cute, okay? Being on HRT, being on estrogen does that to a motherfucker. You start feeling real soft and emotional around seeing small beings, small little beings like this. So sue me. In a nutshell, it's anime Master Chief. Oh, Master Chef. That makes more sense. I'm pretty sure these are Genshin characters. I just saw the brightly lit, flowy, swooshy magic fan thingies, and I wanted to get a picture of that. I don't really know anything else about them. I think they're Genshin. Probably Genshin. Bowsette. The absolute trans icon. Gosh. You know, looking back on Bowsette, I still feel pretty good about the reception that she had. It was really nice. A very empowering sort of character. And this is one of the last cosplay pictures that I took. Oh. Hello, Climbing Vine Tea. Welcome to the Fluffle. How's it going? How's your day? I hope you're having a good one. And then finally, we have Lily Hoshino from Zombieland Saga. It's one of my favorite animes right now. It's one of my favorite characters from one of my favorite animes. It's the only Zombieland cosplay I saw all weekend, so I got a picture. And then on top of that, I also got a picture with myself. And, yeah. That is all of the Anime Boston pictures I got to share. Alright, so, getting back into the other thing. I have been trying to think up ideas for a magical girl-styled Barbarian subclass. I know that there's something there. It's just a matter of working through the ideas for it. You have not watched Zombieland Saga, but you have a feeling it's not about a zombie apocalypse. No, and you know what? I will go as far as to say, if you're a fan of... What's that guy? It's not Woody Guthrie. Who was the, like, the main badass character from Zombieland? If you like that, I can tell you you're watching a far inferior piece of media called Zombieland. Zombieland Saga? Some choice frickin' anime right there, let me tell you. It's good. Also, yes, Bowsette helped you crack your egg.
Oh, that's really cute.
I hope you're having a good day today, Climbing Vine Tea. Do you have a specific version of your name you'd want to be called? Like, Vine, Vine Tea, VT, Climbing? Climbing would be kind of a weird nickname, but if that's what someone would want. But, yeah. That's what I was working on, and now I'm trying to figure out how to make a fun magical girl subclass for Barbarian. Vines or tea. Got it. It's nice to meet you. So, the ideas that I have going for this, you can see up in the top right here. She, her pronouns. Yep. Don't worry, I've got the pronoun extension, so I can tell. Yep. My goal is to make Barbarian a magical girl style class. I don't totally know how yet, but we're working on that. Do you have to sign a contract given to us by a cat? No. However, I am going to include magical mascot characters as a class feature. So, to kind of talk through a little bit, for this subclass, I want to focus on Magical Girl as something that, as a source of magical damage options for a Barbarian, as a good team defender in the sense that you can kind of, like, forcibly pull aggro. You can kind of make it so that you're actively punishing harder by, like, hitting harder if an enemy has hit one of your allies or just completely neutral characters. Still never hurts to say it just to be sure, you know? Exactly. I take it from your avatar, you are perhaps also a virtual tuber? Perhaps what one colloquially calls a Vtuber? Either that, or you just have a nice kind of plant girl-looking avatar. Anyway. But if anyone has input as we're going through all this, please, please, please feel free to say it. This was an idea suggested to me by Underbed Umbra, so this is already not purely my idea. This is something that we talked out a little bit through chat on the Discord server, so I want to be able to make this collaboratively if people are interested. No, you wish, but you don't really have the equipment to stream right now? Ah, understandable. Well, you carry yourself with the gravitas of a VTuber, which, I mean, I guess, take that how you want. One of the things I'm considering is giving them access to a fighting style of either interception or protection, and maybe making it so it works either if you could use either if you're within 5 feet of the target of the attack or within 5 feet of the source of the attack, maybe. If you do ever stream again, you would like to use an avatar, you feel a lot more comfortable with that. Oh, actually, funny that you mentioned that because, well, if you ever find yourself in a situation where you are able to stream and you want to do that, let me get a link to something. It is a organization. Yeah, I guess it's an organization. It's a collective of artists that the whole focus of the project is to help connect VTubers or people who want to be VTubers that are trans, non-binary, otherwise not cis, basically, with artists able and willing to create avatars for them. Oh wait, sorry, I misread that. Sorry, I just combined those in my head. But for anyone who is trans or non-binary, that wants to get into VTubing, consider checking Teacup out. We've got a very cute name. Oh, here she comes. Watch out now, she's gonna chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. Non-binary. Rage cannot be ended early due to being unable to attack a target or take damage. Oh, here she comes. So, since I want this barbarian to be focused on kind of like righteous indignation, the kind of, you know, the kind of passions that a lot of magical girls get their whole mojo from, like love, justice, protecting people, friendship, all that kind of things. I want that to be reflected in changes to how rage works, for starts. While you're having unarmored defense, you can add your charisma modifier, which I'm going to specifically say minimum of +1. Maximum of +3 to your total AC. So this is going to allow you to be a little tankier than your your average barbarian. And normally your rage would end if you're not able to attack a target or have taken damage since the end of your last turn. And I'm pretty sure they actually specifically say in some of the errata that you also can't have self-inflicted damage, but I would have to check that, because that sounds like the kind of slightly gross thing that would potentially come up if a friendly or neutral, or if a non-hostile creature within... let's go with... let's go with 60 feet. Within 60 feet of you has been targeted by an attack or taken damage inflicted by, or taken non-self-inflicted damage. Non-hostile creature you can see or hear. So basically this just allows you to preserve your rage longer as long as someone is taking damage, because that's fueling that same kind of righteous anger that you've got going for this subclass. You and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals, so let's do it like they do on the Discovery Channel. You and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals, so let's do it like they do on the Discovery Channel. I'm also looking at like the other Barbarian subclass features to see what kind of stuff do they get. What can I do that's kind of comparable? Like they do on the Discovery Channel. Beast, not so much. I feel like also wild magic would be a good one for magical girls, so I'm trying to make something that has this kind of variety of effects, you know? Same with Totem Spirit. Storm, not really quite as much. It's gonna be very difficult to make anything nearly as powerful as the Bear Totem Spirit 3rd level ability, resistance to all except psychic damage. Additionally, you learn one of the following fighting styles. Why can't I put... There we go. Do 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 do. Well, I'll dance with you. One of the following fighting styles with the accompanying modifications. You can... Alright, so protection, when a creature you can see attacks a target other than you that is within 5 feet of you. Other than you.
Hey, dear.
Yeah,
He came out. He came out to say hi.
So, it's in the fridge. You'll know what container. You'll know what container. Target other than you. And you are within 5 feet. Oh, no, I just used the number for that. And 5 feet of the attacker or target. This is mainly just to give these fighting styles a little more teeth to go along with it. There we go. Target. Wait, what? There we go. Sorry, I'm just letting my eyes readjust. Do, 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 do. Okay. Hmm? Eh? 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 Nani? What? Nani? There we go. Ah. There we go. Okay. And who needs for reaction to use reaction for the effects of one of the above fighting style. I can spell. I swear I can spell. One of the above fighting styles. What would be a good bonus for that? Sent an inquiry. Wonder if it'll work. Absolutely based woman doing stuff like that for free. Yeah! Daisy's a real fantastic gal. And don't worry, there's actually like a whole collective of people behind it. I actually recently joined and became one of those people. Okay, let's see, maybe... Use reaction for one of the above fighting styles. You... You... Art just takes a whole hell lot of time. Artists are very good. I'm not just saying that because I am artist or am friends with artists. Next. Back against source of against the creature that the next attack against the attacking creature that triggered your fighting style. Can you find this one? Hmm. For the damage roll. Your next attack be against the attacking creature that triggered your fighting style. Source of the triggering attack. It's to damage. It's to damage roll. Bonus. I think that seems... Okay, so chat, can you tell me if this, as written, makes sense? And seems, like, reasonable for where we're starting off with this? So first off, while you're benefiting from the effects of unarmored defense, you can add your charisma modifier, minimum of 1, maximum of 3, to your total AC. Your rage cannot be ended early due to being unable to attack a target, or take damage since the end of your last turn. This should be so long as a non-hostile creature you can see or hear within 60 feet of you has been targeted by an attack or taken non-self-inflicted damage. Then I'll also add, since the end of your last... Additionally, you learn one of the following fighting styles with the accompanying alterations. Protection. When a creature you can see attacks a target other than you, and you are within 5 feet of the attacker or the target, you can use your reaction to impose disadvantage on the attack roll. You must be wielding a shield. Or interception. When a creature you can see hits a target other than you, and you are within 5 feet of the attacker or target, you can use your reaction to reduce the damage the target takes by 1d10 plus your proficiency bonus to a minimum of 0 damage. You must be wielding a shield or a simple or martial weapon to use this reaction. And when you use your reaction for one of the above fighting styles, your next attack against the source of the triggering attack gets a +2 bonus to the damage roll. Does that kind of make sense, chat? What do you think? I'd be curious to hear what people think. Does it take into account status conditions from previous battle that might or might not cause damage, or a changing condition to the current battle? How do you mean, Michael? Okay, but magical girl barbarians would be A, magical girl with the battle axe, or B, the stereotypical barbarian in a magical girl outfit, or C, both. Yes, any of the above. So I guess D, any of the above. And how do you mean, Michael? Also, do you think the additional bonus to AC from Charisma is good, or should I make it so you can substitute Charisma for your Dexterity or Constitution when calculating AC? I wasn't sure which way would be better. Because I want to be able to have someone play this subclass without having to be even more multi-attribute dependent than a Barbarian normal is. Poison damage that stays until heal to a church, for example's sake. Okay, I mean, I would say if that condition causes someone damage in the last round, or since the last round of your actions in combat, then I think that would still go into effect. Let's call this passionate. And since the fighting style damage bonus is based off of whether they try, rather than whether they actually damage them or not, that still incentivizes you to, like, try to intercept rather than just, okay, did my friend take damage? Sweet, they did. Now I get the bonus damage, kind of dealy. I can leave this here for now, and come back to edit it, if need be. Heartfelt shielding. That could be good. I'll keep that in mind. That is true. Passionate defense. Yeah, I think I can work that in. I think this is going to have a level scale. So I'm thinking the level skill is kind of going to be a little similar to the rage damage scaling. Let's see, maybe at... They show up at 6th, 3rd, 6th, 10th, and 14th. True. Don't really understand how this specifically works, but, let's see... Don't totally understand what this means. You overheated the rice? Oh. Well, let me know if you enjoy it, at least. There's still probably some leftovers of that, too. Excuse me. Probably heading to bed very early tonight, heads up. Alright, thanks for the heads up. I could also maybe, if I cut the bonus down to +1, I could add another one in at 6 to be like 1, 2... But I kind of like it better as 2, that feels more significant. You know what, I'll also add one in at this. Damage. I should just be able to do +1, right? I guess? Probably heading to bed. Oh, right, I already read that. I'm glad you think it's still good, though. That makes me happy. I left very big onion. Sorry about that. I was cutting them much smaller, like how I normally do, but then my hand slipped and onions kind of got everywhere, so... Oh. Dang it. No, I didn't want it like that. Not sure if that's clear, but hopefully it is. Wait, what? Okay. Oh, oh. Seems a little silly. There we go. Now it's in the right order. Bonus increases to +3 at 6th level and +4 at 10th level. Okay. Alright, now we need another level 3 ability. What I'm thinking is for a level 6 bonus, kind of following Monk's example and giving them an equivalent of key-empowered strikes, where the weapons that you use as a noble soul, those are now considered magical for the sake of overcoming resistances. So I don't want to give that ability there. Gotta figure out how I want to do, the magical sidekick character, too. I'm thinking of maybe having it work kind of like the, Find Familiar spell. Alright, let's see. Find Familiar, there we go. Additional animal form choices. Live and learn! Hanging on the edge of tomorrow! Live and learn! Abyssal chicken? What? What is this? Huh. Okay. That's pretty cool. Live and love. You may go if you follow. Live and love. You may never find your way. Interesting. Wow. What is a gazer again? Oh, it's a tiny little beholder. Huh, that's kinda cute. You can only answer tomorrow. Yeah, you can go if you follow. The spell hearing. Beep, bada, beep, 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 boop. Beep, bada, beep, 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 boop. Boop, bada, 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 boop. Bada, 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 do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. find familiar. Can you believe it has to find familiar with no material components? Once per long. Familiar. The familiar summoned with this class feature and take the form of any beast listed in the spell's description. Let's see. Or any other creature or any other familiar wielded by or functions. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kinda dumb with a finger and a thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Any other by a dungeon master? Okay. Familiar functions as with a spell description the following additions. Star, only shooting stars with the moon. The familiar and speak. Yeah. And speak and understand all languages. Because it can't really be a magical character mascot without being able to talk, right? I think that's kind of a necessary one. Let's see. Most of them have pretty poor armor classes. I think the highest I'm seeing is a 15. Yeah, 15's the high water mark. Bonus to its AC equal to the bonus you gained from the heartfelt defense check. As an action, a familiar can shout out magically empowering words of encouragement. When this action is taken, choose one of the following Nope. Increase indent on this one. Immediately end an effect of right, of course. The frightened or charmed on herself. Let's see. In in one beef. Yeah, let's gain 1d6 plus efficiency bonus, BB, and temporary HP. Hit points. Let's just spell it out. Temporary hit points. Hit points gained in this manner. Disappear. Disappear when disappear after Hey Flora, how's it going? We're just in the middle of trying to very slowly, admittedly, make a magical girl inspired barbarian subclass. Pretty good. I just told you what I'm doing now, and before that, I shared a bunch of the pictures from Anime Boston a couple of weekends back. I'll probably try and post some of those to Twitter too, I think. Disappear after 1 hour. Or combat and whichever is first. What have you been up to? Let's see, what would be a good third ability? I feel like there has to be at least 3 for this kind of thing. Just doesn't quite feel right with only 2. Gongaga? Oh, you've been playing Final Fantasy VII? Spent afternoon reading under the old crabapple tree. Alright, that one I'm less certain if it's a Final Fantasy VII reference or not, but the other one, Gongaga, I remember because I saw the video of how frickin' stupid a scene it was where Zack just goes, Gongaga? And then someone gets knocked out, I think. Lots of bees buzzing about? Uh-oh. I hope none of them stung you. bees and wasps treat you very nicely. Oh, nice. I knew a girl in college that had a family that, I don't know why my eyes are acting up. That's unfortunate. Uh, I knew a girl in college who had a family that raised bees, so she had this really deep emotional bond with them and would just kind of not cuddle with bees, but just they would enjoy her presence and they would just like kind of rest on her hands and shoulders and stuff, and it was really sweet. Towards a hostile creature. Let's do move up to half your movement speed as a reaction. You want to start a wild bee sanctuary, so it's a good thing that bees and I understand each other. Laura, that sounds so delightfully cottagecore and soft and aesthetic, and also just genuinely really nice, because bees are just soft, fuzzy, confused little ladies most of the time that just want to gather a bunch of flour, do little bee dances. Pretty simple stuff. And honestly, wasps get a bad rap, but, well, the wasps as insects, I should say, get a bad rap. Wasps as white Anglo-Saxon Protestants probably get about as bad of a rap as they deserve. Nope. Nope. Okay. Let's do that, and then let's reduce that. Wasps can be a bit of a bully to bees, but they're also important. True. And just because they're mean sometimes doesn't mean they deserve to be able to be themselves any less. I do such encouragement. Oh, sounds like I need to switch over to a new music track. Let's do that real quick. New music. There we go. Wasps will also bully mice and other rodents that can totally destroy a bee nest. I did not know that. That's cool. One of my favorite bee facts is that as a means of self-defense, there are bees that can swarm around something, not to sting it, but swarm around something and vibrate and move around so quickly that they're able to superheat the air in the area within in the middle that they're swarming around and actually cook some predators alive, and that has some really cool bee powers right there. Oh, come on, music, don't stop. Keep going. They do that to kill rejected queens too? Nice. No queens, no kings, no rulers, just bees. Just bees. No, I'm just kidding. Queen is just another caste within the hive that is very important as well. You know what? Fair. I hope when I outlive any purpose and use that I can be to my family and loved ones, they too will swarm around me and superheat my insides to death. It's an honorable way to go, you know? I don't really like the movement one. Your charisma bonus. Don't think you would want to go that way, but for sure you hope so for you. Yeah, it was mainly a joke, but you know what? Surrealist humor and absurdist humor is the new cool. Probably. I don't know. Charisma bonus. Wait, what's this note? Plus your proficiency bonus and temporary hit points to yourself or an ally of, or an ally within 30 feet of the millimeter. Let's make it a little less than this also. 30 minutes. Ally who protected with heartfelt defense. There we go. Let me see if I can try my glasses again. Wait a second. I smell something. Be right back, Jay. Video I sent to Kara. I hope you wrote this in the comment. Okay. I'm back. There should be an open box in the middle cabinet, I think. That'll be a good third feature. I guess I can stick with the movement for now. I think I'm gonna stick with charisma. Modify. Minimum. Number of times equal to 4. Then here's where the proficiency bonus comes in. Proficiency bonus. Greetings. Oh, BRB? Alright, I'll be here. That's all uses. Short. To be able Are you okay? Thank you. Yeah, popcorn. Oh. For the allied creature. If they are gaining temporary hit point, must be able to see or hear the familiar. See and it can write these languages as well. And have access the appropriate, so that way, I don't think if it takes the form of, say, a cat, it would necessarily be able to write with, you know, a pen or whatever, but you could have it scratch out words, things like that. If it's appropriate and possible for the animal form. Okay, so now we have our third level class features. Now, we move on to 6th level. Oh. What do y'all think so far of what we've got? I realize it's been taking me very long to get through this, but this is just how I kind of operate with making homebrew stuff. The other bonus feature, though, of having the familiar is that can then also act as a potential target for you to protect, in addition to doing things like being able to do the help action, so you're able to give yourself advantage. Which, I mean, Barbarians already could get it, but now you can get it additionally without having to give enemies advantage too. So I know one of these features here is going to be your attacks made with let me actually just copy how it's written in the monk. Your unarmed strikes and attacks made with simple or martial weapons. That's magical if there's a... Okay. That's a start. I think we can do a little better, though. Oh. I want there to be some kind of magical girl blast, because, you know, just sort of generic magic blasts are very much a thing with magical girls. Additionally, when you make a new attack, additionally, you gain an alternative weapon when you take the attack action. Excuse me. Oh. 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 Okay. Try to explain this. Let me see. There we go. That's a good way of phrasing it. On the passionate feelings. Bear towards the towards others. Project. Coins of justice. Uh, and companionship. You can reject these passions are words as a weaponized words. Let's actually have this as the first sentence. It is highly inspired by this because I think this is just a good generic way of representing this. Oh. Oh. Natural weapon. This attack is considered spell like can be simple weapons too, I believe, right? Yeah, melee. Spell like weapon. Natural. Considered, I guess, simple? Yeah, let's go with simple. A simple spell-like natural weapon with a range of 3 feet seems good to me. Like natural in the range of 30 feet. And you add your you could also make a saving throw, maybe, of 10 plus charisma and strength. You add either its damage type is force. Does is maybe a D8, D10. Hmm. Let's have it do 1d6, 1d8. We're gonna call it a night. Good night, Inja. Good night, Thomas. Thanks for hanging around. I really appreciate it, and I hope you have sweet dreams. So 1d8. Is 1d8 force damage, but if you are raging, you may add the bonus rage damage to total, which at level 6 would be... it would still only be +2. Oh, that's pretty lame. I guess +4 total, plus what would probably be like +5 from this. Oh, sorry, not +5. Would be likely +7. So 7 +4, plus also if you have, or 7 +4 plus whatever damage from the weapon. That's not too bad, I guess. But yeah, good night, Thomas. Sweet dreams. I'll see you around. Hmm. Let's keep that strength or charisma. Yeah, let's keep it there for now. Actually, just strength, but you may use this ability. Number of times or two more. Could do proficiency bonus again, or I could do charisma modifier. Charisma bonus, ideally it would be a +5 for this. Just in general. But it does eventually get outclassed at higher levels. But that's also at higher levels. Use this. The number of times equal to your... What do you think, chat? I'm kinda torn. But... I use an expanded use of the attack every time you Every time you use your reaction or self-defense. Sure. Well, let's make this a 1d10, actually. I think that feels about right, since there's a good... Oop, keep forgetting that's in the same window. Since they're going to be... a decent chance they're going to be using a shield if they're... Well, they're going to be using a shield if they got the protection fighting style. They might use one still if they have the interception style. And that should still hopefully tempt them into trying it out, at least. Plus, force damage is a type that's pretty rarely resisted, if at all. Well, I know there's enemies that resist it, but it's pretty rarely resisted. Unarmed strengths. Simple. Or natural. There we go. That feels right to me, I think. I think so. Let's see what kind of features happen at 10th level again. I want to put at 10th level. I could do something like spells, maybe. Maybe? I'm not sure. See. I'm sorry, this probably isn't super interesting. I'm just thinking at this point. And it takes me a while to think, unfortunately. What else are magical girl features that we could put in here? What would be good magical girl magic? I could also do that. I could try improving the magical mascot that you get. Hold on. Something else here that I want to change, I think. Additionally, damaging spells. Cast. Damaging spells. Damaging spells that get ally creatures that work. And we're stood by. And I want to specify that aren't just self-harming spells. Cast by hostile. Target. Allies. Can also trigger the response, trigger the reaction of a fighting style granted by heartfelt. maybe I don't need to make their attacks magical. I think I might axe that. You regain all expended uses of passionate strikes upon completing a short or long rest. Just leave it at that. Okay, that feels a little better. Or a little more concise, maybe. We still need... Hey, welcome back, Flora! You didn't miss too much in the grand scheme of things, I think. I added in a level 6 feature. Basically, at that... Oh. Okay, well... basically, at level 6, you get the ability to weaponize your feelings of justice, love, and companionship. It is an attack that's considered a simple, spell-like, natural weapon with a range of 30 feet. You're proficient with it, and you add your strength modifier to attack and damage rolls. It does 1d10 force damage, but if you're raging, you can add the bonus rage damage to the total as well. You may use this attack a number of times equal to your charisma modifier minimum of 1, but you can regain an expended use of passionate strikes every time you use your reaction for the heartfelt defense feature. You also regain all expended uses upon completing a short or long rest. Additionally, damaging spells that target allies that were cast by hostile creatures can now also trigger the reaction of the protection or interception fighting style granted by Heartfelt Defense. Which I think is actually kind of a big upgrade because rules as written... This is something I had to figure out recently because of the wording of a particular class ability, but protection and interception both specifically mention an attack. And specifically, an attack is when someone uses the attack action. However, as I recently discovered, attack action does not include casting spells, even if they're spells that are damaging something. That's the cast a spell action, which is totally different. So now I'm just covering that and making it so they can even more bully people that are trying to attack their friends. So I got 2 subclass features in. Now I need to think of 2 more for level 10 and level 14. You got any ideas? Because those were the main features that I had in mind going into things. Excuse me. All my ideas are about bees, sorry. You never need to be sorry about thinking of bees and dirt. Those are two very good things to think about, if you ask me. Hmm... What are... Alright, maybe I'm thinking about it the wrong way, trying to think about it from the angle of D&D. What are other good magical girl tropes that I could include here? Also, I think I'm probably okay with closing this for now. I think we're good with that. Bedtime and you have a rude boy? Alright, well, y'all can help me think of other good magical girl tropes to try and turn into class features for this. I will BRB while I go tuck Epitome into bed. And I'm back. Magical Girls sometimes have a smoking hot guy as a rival. I'll consider it. Usually have all sorts of different gimmicks, so maybe a list of optional features like Warlock, Eldritch Invocations. Maybe. Well, I could always switch over to a different subclass, but at that point I feel like I'm just leaning into the whole ADHD haver who cannot focus on one thing long enough shtick. Oh. Alright, I think I have an idea. Same fashions that you use to protect others, and also now he turned to aiding them in by spending at least an hour with another Another humanoid engaged in socializing. Otherwise, engaged in socializing or otherwise shared downtime activities, which can be done as part of a short or long rest. You can designate them as one of your true companions. I totally forgot the anime power of having a nakama. When you use fighting style granted by heartfelt defense in their aid, the attack roll or damage received is additionally reduced by charisma modifier. When you make training to any saving throws they make, including death saving throws. We are in. Let me check, because I want this to be kind of comparable to Paladin's aura, but not like just completely overshadowing it. Well, that seems too close. Although this is also restricted by only your true companions, so I could probably make it a little wider than that. And what else? What else? In combat, they can take the help action for a true companion. For the companion, or you, as a bonus action, and from a up to a distance. Let me check something actually. $30 feet. that's telling us. Although, wait. Just, something in this action. Out of combat. When you take the help action to the true companion, they can add, you guessed it, your charisma modifier. To their... That's specifically for ability checks, right? Oh, music's done. Time to switch over to a new one. Huh? Music? Oh, there we are. Is this maybe down to 20 feet? Okay. Alright. Let me have... two companions. Proficiency bonus. If you try to make additional group companion after you sum up amounts, then your with oldest must remove their bonds with one of existing companions. If you want to redesignate someone as a companion I feel like it has to be some higher amount, right? Yeah. Music? Music, you good? There we go. Least 6 hours bonding with the previous and sure. And we rekindle intensity of emotion. Okay, that feels alright to me. So this last one has to be a big one. Because magical girls all need some kind of trump card. The finishing move. We need to figure out how best to make that. Ability to merge pulse of your heartfelt passions to the single strike. Now how to make this good? Again, I'm gonna compare it to Paladin and Divine Smite. What is the maximum strength Divine Smite we could get here? 5d8. Potentially up to 68. Okay. Although Paladins obviously have spell slots, which make that a lot easier to work in. Hmm. Check something. There we go. Bonus action. May further power. Further empower your Passionate Strike, which at this point is... well, at this point, it's a 1d10, so... Further empower your Passionate Strike. Adding... +1 to the attack roll. Or damage roll. For each piece of heartfelt defense. Since this bonus action. Since you last rolled initiative. Bonus doubled to +2 if the heartfelt defense was made for one of your true companions. Oh, I'm doing the last of the subclass abilities, which I realized a magical girl needs to have some sort of finishing blow attack. So the way I'm thinking of this working is, as a bonus action in combat, you may further empower your Passionate Strike attack, adding +1 to the attack roll or damage roll for each use of your Heartfelt Defense since you last rolled initiative. The bonus doubled to +2 for each use made for one of your true companions. Were you here for when I added the True Companions feature? Ah, alright. So let me save this real quick, and then I'll go back and explain. Okay, so at level 10, you get Unbreakable Bonds. The same passion that you use to protect others can also now be turned to aiding them in other ways. By spending at least an hour with another humanoid engaged in socializing, deep conversation, or otherwise shared downtime activities, which can be done as part of a short or long rest, you can designate them as one of your true companions. This has the following effects. When you use the fighting style granted by Heartfelt Defense in their aid, the attack roll or damage received by them is additionally reduced by your Charisma modifier minimum of 1. They may add your Charisma modifier minimum of 1 to any saving throws they make, including death saving throws, while you're within 20 feet and conscious. In combat, they can take the help action for you or a you for them as a bonus action. And out of combat, when you take the help action to aid them, they can add your Charisma modifier minimum of +1 to their ability check. You can have a number of true companions equal to your proficiency bonus. If you try to make a new one, you have to remove your bond with one of your existing companions, and if you want to redesignate one, you have to spend at least 6 hours bonding with them to rekindle the intensity of emotion. And then at 14th level, the last subclass feature, Noble's Finishing Blow. You gain the ability to merge all the force of your heartfelt passions into a singular strike. As a bonus action in combat, you may further empower your Passionate Strike attack, adding +1 to the attack roll or damage roll. Let's see, that should be adding, just to make sure, adding cumulatively +1 to the attack roll or damage roll for each use of your Heartfelt Defense since you last rolled initiative. The bonus doubles to +2 for each use of Heartfelt Defense made for one of your true companions. And I think also something like, if the target of this empowered attack reduced a creature to 0 or negative hit point, reduced a friendly or neutral creature to 0 or negative. Let's go with reduced a friendly creature to 0 or negative hit points during this combat. Let's see. Let's see, where is critical stuff? Use friendly creature to 0 or negative hit points during this combat. Your critical hit range increases to 18, 19, or 20. So that way you also have an improved chance of it being a critical hit if the target of this empowered attack reduced a friendly creature to 0 or negative hit points. Yeah, I think that's fair. I was going to say, like, and if it's a true companion that got reduced to 0 or negative hit points, you just like instantly crit. But then I remembered also that Barbarians, when they crit, they get to roll so many dice. They get to roll 3 additional weapon die whenever they do a critical hit. So this Barbarian gets stronger the longer the fight goes on? Yes. Although now I need to do the balancing, mitigating factors that make this, like, that make it the reason to do it as a finishing blow. Let's see. If you are raging while making this empowered attack, you must make a Constitution Constitution saving throw of 15. Constitution saving throw. DC 15. Or immediately drop rage and be unable to rage again until you take a maybe take a short or a long rest. If you aren't raging when you make this attack, you gain a level of exhaustion instead. Let's see something. What resists force damage? 5e. I'm curious just how many things would be able to resist force damage attacks. Because I know it's a pretty rarely resisted type. Also, what do you think of that as a downside for this like super finishing blow kind of move? If you're raging while making the empowered attack, you have to make a Constitution saving throw of DC 15, or you immediately drop rage, and you are unable to rage again until you take a short or long rest. And if you aren't raging, because you don't have that added, like, physical pumping up of being in rage, when you make this attack, you gain a level of exhaustion instead. What do y'all think of that? Let me also just quickly check to see just how powerful force damage is, because I know it's pretty dang powerful. Yeah, force is very, very rarely. There are only a total of 10 creatures out of the currently 2,074 published, which have the capacity to resist any force damage. And that's just resistance. That would be even less for, like, actually immune. Okay. Okay. What do y'all think, though, chat? Because exhaustion is a pretty nasty status, as you can see here. Even just one of it gives you disadvantage on all ability checks. Then it's halves your speed, then disadvantage on attack and saving throws, then hit point max gets halved, then speed reduced to 0, and then finally death. And you're only able to remove levels of exhaustion either through magical means, like I believe Greater Restoration does it, or through a full long rest with food and drink. I feel like that's a reasonable trade-off for this really strong attack that you can do. I think so, at least. Living long, hanging on the edge of tomorrow. Living long, it was yesterday. Living long, if you back or if you follow. Living long, you may never find your way. I feel like we got something good here. Got pulled away again, but this looks neat. Thank you. Alright, so it definitely still needs a lot of polish, and I'll want to have other people who I know D&D stuff take a look at it, but I feel like this is a good place. Also, I just realized something that would be kind of a little broken, but so one of the features I added for Noble's finishing blow that you saw was if a creature gets reduced to 0 or negative hit points during the combat, you get an increased critical hit range, right? I just remembered that I also gave them the ability to have Find Familiar familiars, which even though they're going to have increased AC, those all have very few hit points. So I might have accidentally made it so that they would be able to very easily critically hit. Just by, like, getting their magical girl mascot killed repeatedly in a fight. I'm not sure how to think of that. Should I specify that Noble's finishing blow can't be used by, can't get that benefit from, Boon of the Noble Beasts familiar? I think I probably should. I mean, granted, you still have to spend... You're still limited to only one body for your magical girl mascot per long rest. So it's not like it's a trick that you could pull more than once per day. You would also have to get to level 14 at least to be able to use that effect. And the fact is that, like, let me go back to the Boon of the Noble Beast. The fact is also that the familiar that you get from this gets the advantage of having these magical abilities of being able to make you not frightened or charmed, to grant you or other creatures temporary HP, and to let you move half your speed as a reaction. Like, that's not nothing. Those are pretty useful abilities, and you'd have to trade all of those away for, like, the increase in your critical hit range for that one thing. Also, because you're only allowed to make other humanoids into true companions, you wouldn't be able to get the additional benefits from that there. Do you think that's, like, kind of fair, at least? Also, Coffee Lock isn't actually nearly as powerful as a lot of people think, because every time you go a full day without taking a long rest, you gain a level of exhaustion. So unless you're specifically doing a Coffee Lock with a Celestial Patron Warlock, who's then able to get greater restoration, you're still ultimately... it's not a sustainable one. Alright, I feel okay about it now. I'm still gonna have more people look at it first, but I think we got some... I think we got something fun here. Something fun and with potential with this Path of the Noble Soul. Look, I'll be real here, Chief. I just wanted to try making a functional and fun magical girl-flavored subclass for Barbarian. Yeah, you know what? I feel pretty good about that. Barbarian Squad one-shot time? You know what? I don't think I can make a one-shot, find players for it, and run it in, 24 minutes. So I might have to pass on that one. Let's see, though. You know what? We've got some time left. Do y'all want to start with me on that puppeteer subclass idea? We could give that a go. You think Naruto kind of poisoned that concept for you, but you're willing to challenge that prejudice? That's very noble of you, Flora. That's very noble. So now we need to figure out what class to make this a subclass for. Hey! Ah! I see what you did there, you sneaky beaky, you. So let's see. I was considering Rogue, Artificer, or Bard, and I'm kind of leaning towards Rogue because Bard, you already have something similar in the mechanics of the College of Creation. And Artificer, you already have something similar in the mechanics of the Steel Defender. So I'm kind of leaning towards Rogue. What do you think, Sneaky Beaky? You have no idea? Fair enough. Head empty? Oh, that's a mood. I think I like the idea of using the rogue because I like the idea of letting the rogue use their puppet for sneak attacks instead, and that seems cool to me. Ow. Yeah? What is it, Flora? What is it? What? That wasn't me. There we go. Okay. I get it, I get it. I think I get it? I don't know. I love the icon they used for Steel Defender, because look at this! Look at this little guy! Look at his big ol' steel jowls, his little beady ol' eyes. That's adorable! Right? It's adorable! And I think the Steel Defender would be a good starting point for Puppet. It would have to be a mix of Steel Defender and, animated object. Let's see if I can... Not animated object, College of Creation Bard. Okay, so let's see. Rogues get abilities at 3rd level, 9th, 13th, and 17th. Okay. You know what, just out of curiosity, I'm gonna quickly check how many other people have had this same idea. Just out of curiosity. Oh! Huh. Okay. I have to admit, I wasn't expecting the answer to be 1. Okay. I'll take that, sure. At least one other person had the same brainworm, right? I wasn't it feels like a more obvious thing, I guess, maybe? I don't know. Weird, though. Eh. Oh. No spells for subclass. Let's see. People are definitely allowed to have the same idea independent of each other. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm purposely not reading their take on it, so I don't have myself, like, influenced by it one way or... Thank you for the hat pat! Hey, welcome back, Umbra! How did the game go? Oh, thank you for the hydrate. And the stretch, too. Let me hop up and... There's a good stretch. Nope. Found some stuff I broke on the floor. Let's get that. How's the game, Umbra? How's the game, Umbra? Ooh, excuse me. I'm to add a minion admin. Rogue selfless. Bad news and good news. Bad news, you killed one of the PCs. Good news, you're able to cheese it into only being one. Okay. Okay. Hold everything. Umbra. Umbra, I'm gonna need you to start talking, okay? Tell me what happened, Umbra. Tell me what happened. This has now become priority 1 for me. I'll zoom out again to keep working, but only if you keep talking. And I mean it. PC's dying is like your 8th or 9th favorite thing. I'm waiting, Umbra. I'm waiting. What happened, Umbra? You gotta tell me. Legally, you gotta tell me. Well, bad dice roll ended up meaning that they had to go up against the main baddie of the area, so in the process of just trying to get their stuff, they had to deal with the challenge rating 8 caster, so already you can hear the coffin song playing. Okay, okay. So you had to roll on a random encounter table. Got it. A lonely bell tolls in the distance. Bing bong. That's the lonely bell. It goes bing bong, bing bong. Oh, hey, Philosopher. How's it going? You caught me just a little bit before stream ended. I, at the beginning, showed chat a bunch of cosplay pictures I took at Anime Boston a couple weeks ago. And then I was working for quite a while on a magical girl-themed Barbarian subclass. And now I'm just working, as we're wrapping up with the stream, on a puppeteer-style rogue. Thankfully, you used the demons that had appeared as enough of a distraction to pull her attention away from the party, even though she already had casted a spell that, had I not gone out of the way to specify was doing non-lethal damage, would have just instantly nuked half the party. Okay. Okay, go on. Reach. There. Magically animated, intricate clockwork. Tears. Huh, that's kind of neat. I don't think I've ever heard of it done that way before, but that's kind of neat. Instrument. Ultimately, after a whole bunch of jumping down a waterfall to not die from a huge fall... Wait. After a whole bunch of jumping down a waterfall to not die from a huge fall into water? and having the boss fall down to 0. Long story short, the player who got the killing blow on her was within range of her lover, who immediately struck him down with 15 points of damage when he was already at 1 HP. You couldn't see the guy going for non-lethal, so yeah, instant kill. Ooh. You hate to see it. Well, do they at least have an idea for a new character that they're gonna be rolling with next time? Or are they just out for the rest of the... are they just out for the rest of the campaign? He immediately started reworking his sheet. Aw. What's he doing next? So glad you're moving closer to a city. It's hard to make friends when you're older. He went from a centaur with a pink Markiplier stash to what seems to be some kind of jester guy with a strength score of 4. And also a pink stash. Is the pink stash at this point just out of, like, spite, or... Because not gonna lie, I think it would be kind of funny if circumstances just ended up continuously killing this guy until he just randomly decides to have a character that doesn't have a pink stash. But I think that would only be particularly funny if it wasn't just something that you purposely did, you know? It's just the thing he wants to put on his characters. Fair enough. You do you and he do he. Alright. And I think that's probably actually a good place for us to end tonight, because it's getting pretty late, so let me pop over here. Alright. Hey, Francisco? Do you think that you could turn off the music? Thank you, Francisco. Alright. So... there we go. Francisco is a bro. I'm so glad I hired him. Alright, so... let's quickly go over the socials. Discord. If you want to hang out when I'm not streaming, but still awake, which it turns out quite a lot of the day still, then you should head on over to Discord, because if I'm awake, I'm on there, and I love being able to meet new friends and talk with folks, and there's honestly a remarkable number of people who have decided, hey, I want to hang out and get to know this jackalope and her community better, and I would love to be able to add you to that number. And then we got Throne. Throne is just one of many ways that you can help support me. And if you're able to help support through financial means like donations or commissions or anything like that, that's fantastic. I get absolutely socks knocked off every time something like that happens, but you don't have to. Honestly, one of the best ways that you can help me is totally free, and that's simply sharing me, my channel, my content with people that you think would like me, whether it be family, friends, stream that you lead over in a raid. All of those things do immensely help, and bit by bit, they really add up. Then we got Twitter. I share memes, I post stuff, and I put my schedule out there every Sunday. And then finally, YouTube, where I put my VODs when I remember to put my VODs somewhere. Also, Twitter is going to be one of the places that I'll be posting the cosplay, at least some of the cosplay pictures that I showed off tonight. Alright, so my next stream is going to be tomorrow at 2 p.m. EST. It's going to be a flex day, so it could be a lot of things. There might be some Elden Ring, there might be some more homebrew work, there might be some artwork or some other game. I don't know what it's going to be, but I hope we'll be able to find out together tomorrow at 2 p.m. EST. And then, after that, well, I kind of ran over my words, so I didn't really have something to say after that. Anyway, thank you all so much again. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. EST if you want to hang out again. But for now, let's try and find someone that we could raid. Does anyone have any recommendations, by the way? Ideally, someone who is also a Vtuber and is like comparable audience size, probably. Let's see. Could raid Mini Celeste. Mini Celeste. I don't know if I have them on my list yet, but I'll certainly take a look. Oh yeah, I recognize Mini Celeste. You definitely could do that. Let's see. Yeah, you know what? Oh wait, what's Elite Dangerous again? I can't remember if that's a game that I actually... What is that again? I feel like that's familiar, but I don't remember. But let's see. Other ones that I'm considering are Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, or Chris Star, or V Rising. Does anyone have interest in any of those? Oh no, those aren't people. Those are games. Okay, IDK. Well, that's fair. I usually try to avoid raiding channels that are too much larger than me, but I guess it doesn't hurt every now and then. Flip a coin on it. Heads, all raid. Mini Celeste. Tails, all raid. One of the other channels. Why do I keep flipping them off? Alright, that's a heads. We're gonna raid Mini Celeste. Alright. So, if you are coming along for the raid, here are some raid messages you can use. You can take your pick, although obviously you can only really pick the one with my channel emotes if you have a subscription here. Otherwise, I mean, you're always welcome to say whatever you want, really. But thank you all so much. I had a lovely time tonight. I was a little nervous about sharing more of my cosplay pictures, but I was really glad to see how well they were received. And I'm going to be posting those elsewhere soon, too. Take care, and I hope to see you tomorrow, 2 p.m. EST, for our Flex Day. For now, though, you know, just be kind to yourself and those around you. Stay safe, and remember that some bunny really cares about you. It's me. I'm the bunny. Oh, dropped my flippin' coin. Let's put that away. Okay, so, tomorrow, 2 p.m. EST for Flex Day. I don't know what it's gonna be. I hope we'll find out together. For now, though, take care. Love ya. Goodbye. Good night. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye! And let's say hi to Celeste, huh? Goodbye! I love you. Goodbye.